Good afternoon, everybody. We have our Honorable Resource Person of Section 2, Dr. S. Alamelu Mangai, Assistant Professor, SG, and Head, Department of Home Science, Food Service Management and Dietetics, KMG IPSR, Puducherry. Now, I request M. Devyani, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Technology, Arul Anandar College, to introduce the resource person.
Now, with great pleasure, it's my honor and privilege to introduce our guest speaker for the today's second technical session, Dr. S. Alamelu, Assistant Professor SD and Head, Department of Home Science, Food Service Management and Dietetics, KMJS Sir Puducherry. With an immense of 28 years of experience in research and teaching in the fields of home science, clinical nutrition, and dietetics, along with the remarkable 25 years in teaching, our speaker brings a wealth of the knowledge and expertise to the table. Having specialized in food service management and dietetics from the prestigious Avannasilingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Studies, Coimbatore, ma'am have become a recognized research supervisor for PhD candidates and a valued peer reviewer in various international journals. Dr. Alamelu ma'am dedication to academic excellence is evident through her extensive publication and presentations record. With over 60 articles in journals, edited books, and conference proceedings, both nationally and internationally. Her contributions have been acknowledged with 15 Best Paper Awards, a testament their commitment to advancing knowledge in her field. Not only is ma'am a prolific researcher but also a dynamic organizer, having 26 international, 13 national, and 45 regional level conferences and seminars. Moreover, actively participated as a resource person, session chair, and plenary speaker in over 75 international and national conferences. Furthermore, MAM has made significant contribution to e-learning initiatives, servicing as an e-content writer for postgraduate subjects, home science, and developing numerous models and developing coursework in home science program for EPG Pachala under the auspices of NMEICT MHRD, Government of India. Here, expertise extends beyond academic as ma'am have lent their knowledge as a content expert and reviewer in the development of textbooks for the standard plus one and plus two levels in food service management for the Tamil Nadu State Board's vocational education program. Additionally, her contributions have been acknowledged through prestigious awards, including the state level Best NSS Program Officer Award and Best Woman Educator Award in Home Science from the Pearl Foundation. Yes, ma'am. Let's handle the section, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Devyani, for such a wonderful session. And respected Rector, Secretary, Principal, the Deputy Principal, Head Department of FST, Dr. Kirtiga, Founder of SAS Micro Enterprises, respected faculty members, my other co-resource persons, Dr. Lawrence and Dr. Meenakshi, dear students, and all the delegates who have joined virtually, a warm greetings from Puducherry. At the outset, I congratulate the organizing team for organizing this national conference, which is very important theme to be addressed. As well, it is an honor for me to be before you today to discuss one of the most pressing issues of our time, the food security. As we navigate the complexity of ever-changing world, it becomes increasingly evident that ensuring sustenance for all is not only imperative but also a strategic necessity for building a resilient future. Food security is not merely about having enough food to eat. I am going to discuss in detail about how to sustain this for our future. Though achieving food security is not an easy feat, we are all confronted with the challenges from the climatic changes, with the disruptions in the agricultural productions, until the inequitable systems also, food distribution systems, and COVID-19 pandemic have underscored the fragility of our food systems. To face such challenges, it is very important to adopt a multifaceted approach that addresses both the immediate needs and the long term sustainability. I take this opportunity to thank one and all in organizing this great conference and for the opportunity given to me. Here are the few strategies that I am going to discuss with you and hope I am allowed to share the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my PPT visible, Devyani?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am.
Okay. And now, as my topic goes, we all can agree and we have to agree that India is being the largest number of hungry people in the world. And you have to believe me that we are 287 billion people. And every day, 799 million people in the developing countries are going hungry. And it is estimated that globally, about 175 million children under 5 are underweight, 243 million adults are severely malnourished, 2 million women and children are anemic, and 250 million children suffer from vitamin A deficiencies. As well, 2 billion people are always having risk of iodine deficiency. That's why the experts call this as a silent emergency of our country because nearly 50% of the children under the age of 5 are malnourished. And the situation is becoming worse in the part of India still because of women's nutrition and the child caring practices that remain inadequate even now in this modern era and because of the early marriages. And when we talk of the people who belong to the food insecure groups, we can term these people as a worst affected group: the landless people, the traditional artisans, the beggars, the homeless people, and the person who are ill paid for their occupation, the casual laborers, especially who work during the seasonal activity, are paid with the low wages, and the migrants, especially after the natural disaster, women and children, and the drought, all had laid to the food insecure groups. And that is why 2021 Global Hunger Index points out the India's hunger index to be below when compared to the year 2000 from 38.8 to 27.5. But we have to agree that India is ranked behind most of the neighboring countries, especially Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh. With this happiness, we have to still strive hard to be in this global hunger index less than 101 in the future years. And that is why we have to think this worst situation shouldn't prevail and led to the insufficient food grain production. Do you think only this situation is ascertaining us to move towards the food insecurity? I don't think so. Because what we term as a food security is whenever we have a person or a household or a community or a nation or a region, when all members have the time and have the physical and the economic access to buy, produce, obtain, or consume sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and the food preferences for healthy and active life, then only we can term as food security. Of course, being the food science and technology students, you all would have been known with the pillars of this food security with regard to availability, access, and utilization. But what is actually dropping us out is the livelihood, the vulnerability, and the coping strategies that we have to put forth. And that is why we need to understand how the food security movement in our India started. And let us now look into the small background of this security bill. And it was in August 2013, a bill was passed in Lok Sabha, followed by a bill passed in Rajya Sabha in the September 2013, and then we received a consent from the Honorable President of India in 2013, where this became the act and gave the majority of those living in India the right to very cheap food grains. And that is why the food security exists as pointed out by FAO, when all people at all times have the physical and the economic access, and as I discussed, along with the food preferences for an active and healthy life. Hence, we always term the food security as a multidimensional concept, and we are going to reflect the components of the food security. As you all know, the four dimensions is the nutritional quality, the stability to have access towards the food and access to the food, as well as the availability. And all this is a network where we need to go for the national food security. When we think of the national food security, not only the production, also the entitlements and the sustainability for these entitlements add on for the presence of household and the individual food security. When this is attained, then naturally each and every individual's nutrition, security, and the health will be taken note and it will be fulfilled. Having said this, the food security, are we not to understand what the food insecurity is? You can understand by this slide the uncertainty regarding the ability to obtain food, and can you imagine there is a stage where no food for a day or more is prevalent in India, as I pointed out with the hunger index, and nearly 299 million people are still hungry in this world when we are discussing about this food security during this so-called lunchtime of ours. That is why the Sustainable Developmental Goal was designed in United Nations, and we try to put end to the poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy the peace and prosperity by 2030. And that is why we had set the goal as number one with no poverty and number two as a zero hunger. So, end to hunger can be achieved by the food security and improved nutrition, and when we promote the sustainable agriculture. So now you can understand why this food security is very important. It is an fundamental human right, and we have to have a self-fulfillment needs. We have the psychological needs. We have the basic needs. That is what we understand. And the basic need, the food and water, is very very important. Then only we will be able to achieve this SDG by 2030 to satisfy or to fulfill our goal number two for zero hunger. And I basically, being from from home science field and from nutrition and food service management and dietetics, I feel that the nutritional security, the one solution is the millet. Why the millet is being a solution for the food and nutrition security? As you know, this modern world is having the biggest challenges to tackle and feed the growing population. And the main reason also believes to be the deficiency in the supplies of the micro and the macronutrients. And there is still the shortage in production, and that is leading to the demand to the supplies. There is always imbalance between the production and the supplies, and there is conflicts in between the different parts of the world and within the country also. And you all might agree that there is a reduction in the food production, and that is why it is still being quoted always that 2 3 billion people are suffering from hunger and food and nutritional insecurities. And when I had taken this topic for presentation, I had to really uh, I'm so much privileged to share this knowledge with you that when I searched that millet has been used in the ancient Sangam period itself, and it is been also pointed out by many poets who had lived in those ancient Sangam literature period. And it is a great honor to talk about Avvayar, who had talked about the Varagarasi Soru, Valudulangai Vatum. Like that, the poem goes in Purananuru, which talks about serving millet to her by a common people to quench her hunger. And she is the one person who had talked about the intensity of the hunger stomach. And though the poet is unknown, the Purananuru also talks about Varagu Tinayum, Varagum Tinayum, Ullavai Ellam, Iraval Makkal, which means that though we are not able to provide anything, but still the cluster of millets is being set aside for hand pounding to feed the poorest of the poor. So, whereby we can understand the usage of millet is not the trendy topic or the so called superfoods now has been coined by us. It has been in existence from the ancient Sangam period. And not only that, still Tolkappiyam, which we believe as the earliest available grammatical work in Tamil, okay, which is being composed in the form of short formulaic composition as a Noorpa. It also talks about the eight kind of foods. Eight kind of foods. And in the eight kind of foods, of course, the Ilam Puranar point out, who is a commentator of Tolkappiyam, as paddy, horse gram, kodo millet, which we term as varagi in Tamil, the great millet as irungu, foxtail millet as thinai, little millet as samai, and of course the pul, which we call it as a forage, and godumai, that is a wheat, has also been in our tradition. And people in ancient period talk about cooked rice, which means the cooked millets that is being termed as sondri. And even Thiruvalluvar also has pointed about these terminologies. And having talking about the ancient Sangam literature, we need to understand about the millet consumption in the pre-dated of Bronze Age itself. That is why the National Advisory Council now proposes to supply this nutri cereals through the public distribution system. And whatever the climatic change scenario that we are talking about, we have to understand that millet is the only one that harbingers for evergreen revolution. And with great salute to our ancestor, like our eminent scientist, Dr. Swaminathan. And we have to also understand these millets have a high resistance against these harsh conditions. And you know very well that millets cannot be destroyed. And that is why it has been stored in all temple premises also, whereby the granaries, even for 10 to 12 years, it can be saved in a proper way, and thus it can provide the food security, and you will not have the food wastage also. That is why I term this millet to be a zero waste lifestyle, which we need to follow at present. And having said this, we always look into the market, and the US market in 2025 also is going to witness more than 4.5% of CAGR by 2025. And that is why our India, along with many other countries, have recognized this millet as smart food, and it is planning to incorporate in all millet based along with the fortified rice. And we are going to now see in my next of the slide how the millets is being utilized and how it can be utilized. And with regard to the cultivation of millets in the world also, let us not worry about the world, because we know that the regions that is being indicated that have a suitable climatic condition to grow the millets are the kodo millet, brainyard millet, fox millet, proso millet, and the pearl millet, as the global map shows here. But let us now talk about the distribution of millets in India. Of course, the kodo millet, brainyard millet, and the sorghum is the most favorable millet that has its original origin in India. And by looking into the map, it is very clear that all these millets are in production in each and every state and union territory of Puducherry. India. In Puducherry, we have the proso millet, and with regard to the nutrient composition and the structure of the millet, also, you all know very clearly that the protein and the lipids, the starch is present in the endosperm to the 95%, and the germ contains the protein, and the pericarp contains fiber, lipids, and the phenolic compounds. And that is why we say that eat millet, pay less, and stay healthier. Let me talk about a few aspects regarding the nutritional importance of these millets. You know that protein is very much required for maintenance of growth in adults as well as in infants, for fetal development in pregnancy, and for milk production during lactation. This slide will clearly show you that the foxtail millet and bajra amounts to more amount of protein when compared to rice and the wheat. When we talk about the fiber content of the millet, even that is higher in the food, because you know very well that it slower the digestion time, and that is why we have the feeling of satiety. And the fiber is very much required to reduce the constipation. This fiber is 40 times more than available in millets when compared to rice, and the foxtail millet gives you that. With regard to the most important mineral calcium, which is very much required for maintenance of skeleton and teeth, especially in children, and for the adults for growing of the bones, as well as to meet the nutritional requirement during the special condition like pregnancy and lactation, it is once again 3.1 times more than rice, the foxtail millet, and 4.2 times more than the rice, the bajra, as well as the ragi. The ragi is a finger millet. So women, you you have to agree that we suffer from anemia because of iron deficiency, and that is more still prevalent in the tribal areas also. Believe me that millets is becoming a very good source of iron, and it can help in addressing this food insecurity also, because not only the little millet, okay, the foxtail millet, the sorghum, the bajra, all has more iron content, and it is multiple times richer in these nutrients when compared with rice. The zinc, which we really have to focus nowadays towards the healthy development of the fetus, for our healthy skin, and for the quick healing of the wound. The foxtail millet and the bajra, along with the little millet, has 2.12 times more than the rice. All this I have taken from the nutritive value of Indian foods by our NIN Hyderabad. And the same from the Millet Network of India. All this you would have known how much 100 grams of each of these cereals is contributing to the essential nutrients like protein, fiber, mineral, iron, and calcium. Not only that, the proximate composition of the different varieties of millet grain based upon the dry basis also proves that it is having a very good amount of moisture, protein, and carbohydrate, along with the total dietary fiber, where you can see that the finger millet and the pearl millet ranks the highest one when compared to fox millet and the proso millet. So now, why don't you think as the food science and technology students to promote millets in our diet? You all have to agree that because of the high nutritive value and other benefits, it can be included as a breakfast. Try to bring it as a staple food, as our ancient literature has pointed out. Why not we plan to have it as an evening snack? And now the diabetes is being uh, growing in our population. The diabetic condition is growing in our population, and why not we address that? And why not we try to increase the consumption in schools, especially in the midday meal programs? And always you have to think of focusing of the pregnant and the feeding mothers. And I heard from Dr. Kritika, your HOD, that the PhD scholars are also attending this national level conference. You can plan a particular food products that can cater to the needs of the feeding mothers as well as to the pregnant and the adolescent age group. And I need not once again point out to talk about the benefits of the millets in our diets. millet is rich in all type of nutrients, and it is going to address all non-communicable diseases, not the one non-communicable diseases, almost all non-communicable, especially the diabetes mellitus, cancer, cardiovascular diseases, all that can be addressed by the efficient usage of this millets and the millet products. And now we need to, as a technology students, you need to understand what are the different functional properties that is present in the millets, not only the phytonutrients. There are so many other components that gives a potential health benefits. It will really take time, and I don't want to spend much time explaining this slide because of this particular lunchtime, and you all can always browse to know about each and every millet and about the functional component and the potential health benefits of each and every millet that is available in our own country. And you need to now think of this industrial products whereby you can add this millet as a value addition. And I'm happy that your institute has tied up with SAS Enterprises, and you have the founder here who can really help you in uh, the industrial production and marketing and labeling of these produce that you are going to have. And this, as a scientist, we always believe that there are persons who have worked and published so many data regarding the health benefits of the millet, and still the research is continuing to prove that millets do have health benefits, not only for the non-communicable diseases but also for few of the inflammatory conditions and the communicable diseases, especially asthma. Having said all this, how or what are the gaps or the challenges that we have to identify? As I said, think of the availability of the local, novel, nutrient rich foods that you can work for. Think of the urban localities who are moving for for employment, and we call them as a migrated people. And look into the workforce, look into the migrants who are being utilized as a workforce, how we can improve their nutritional status, how the food security can be provided to them. You think of the large scale food processors, there is exploitation to the farmers. This is a gap that we need to identify. And as I said, still we need to develop the small scale food processing enterprises at each and every periphery of the urban location. When these challenges and the gaps are fulfilled, then we can claim that by 2030 or 2050 that our country is having the sustainability and we have the resilient future. Now I leave the audience to think about the strategies apart from whatever I have said to achieve this zero hunger. And India in 2023 in G20 also have rethink about the regenerative agriculture in localized food systems. Okay, it has marched a climatic smart way towards nutrition security and food sovereignty. And now we have to think of the best suited eco agro ecosystem to have a sustainable agriculture. You have to think of utilizing the wastelands to the culturable wastelands, and the total holistic approach and the management will really enable us to practice the best cropping system with low inputs, with low cost, with no cost on the technology. With organic production itself, you can have a resilience to thrive for a very good level of production of the nutritious and the healthy food by utilizing each and every aspect of our traditional knowledge, which is very, very essential. Our knowledge system is plenty. Try to search for the traditional knowledge that is still available in our India, in our own country, which is holding a very good heritage. And not only that, apart from the food, whatever the remainings that comes, try to utilize it as a nutraceuticals, improve the soil health, utilize the remainings as a feed, the fodder, for the animals. Let us bring the diversity to the uh, to improve these conditions. Okay, so this agrobiodiversity is very very important for us to now look upon to secure our food insecurities. Okay, so now it is in our hands to bring anything from the farm to the fore and to think in benefits of health as well as for the consumers. How we are going to sustain this nutritional quality, and that is why we have the novel food product development that has been conceptualized. Okay, by doing this, we can really meet each and every growing need of the population. We can reuse the unutilized food processors waste in our daily needs. You can try to provide the nutrients in a balanced proportion. You can always reduce the quantum of the food intake and enhance this in the form of snacks and just get rid of with the fast food production and the culture that we are moving towards the westernized society. You can also think to deliver the vital nutrients to the target sites so that we are all free from any disease condition and develop a healthier nation. And not only that, you have to really rethink to assure the distribution of the foodstuffs and tide over the stigma that is attached over some foods. Because I know people for whenever they come for counseling, they say that the millets are very heavy for them to consume and it is not digestible. But my earlier slides would have shown that these are the millets are the superfoods because these nutri cereals provide or have the digestible proteins and it can be easily digested. You it is in your hands now to value the food as a substances, and you have to think of the newer challenges to have the resilient future of this food security and developing the novel ideas. The young generation now you have a vast space through social medias and with the startups where your novel ideas can bring you a very good future. So to point out a few, for the technology students, I like to say that you can bring on to the ready to cook millets. You already aware of these types of millets, so I am not considering the types or the significance of these millets, but you know that any millet, when compared to rice, you can always you can prepare to ready to cook. Not only that, you can have it in the form of powders, and that is what the thinai was being used in the ancient time. And Muruganatru Pade also talks about Lord Muruga in utilizing thinai and honey in the uh, preparations in those ancient period, and that is what we follow as a custom now during any celebration that is connected with the Lord Muruga. And not only that, you can think of designing the equipments so that each and every millet is being turned into the flakes without abolishing or minimizing the nutrient values. Okay, and you can go for the conventional type or the roller types to make each and every millet into the flakes. And still, there are the extrusion and the cooked type of millets that you can utilize for preparation of breakfast cereals. And not only that, okay, you can prepare ready to eat millet flakes, and that is in high demand. And using this, you can try to prepare so many products. And now we are in the urge of preparing so many NutriBar and other aspects using these flakes. And I'll share in the next slide how the research was carried out by our institutions. And not only that, as we do the popping, the traditional popping, the continuous popping or the dry heat toaster can be utilized not only as a popcorn. We can prepare snacks by utilizing these popping millets also. And as pointed out here, you can prepare confectionaries, you can prepare cakes, you can even use these millets in thinners in the beverages. And not only that, you have to think of parboiling of these millets as we do in the rice, because parboiling has a high potential of benefits. Okay, it enhances the microbial safety, it hardens the grains, it improves the milling quality. There is a better nutrition when you do this parboiling, as you do in the rice. And the cooking quality, it reduces the stickiness when you do this parboiling in the millets also. Not only that, the storage life is being enhanced, and it slows the carbohydrate digestibility. It facilitates the uh, shelf life of the flour that you are going to obtain after the parboiling. Okay, and you all know that ragi is beyond the traditional boundaries, both in the national and the international level. It is being taken as the amylase rich food, and the traditional methods are still there, which is being practiced in nook and corners of our own nation. So try to restore those practices. And not only that, to uh, cater the needs of the modern era, not only the vermicellis, the noodles and pastas also can be contributed by utilizing the millets, as we have done one particular study. And I indebted this particular study to Miss Divya, who had lost her life during COVID. And she was a wonderful scholar of mine who had developed noodles by utilizing the pearl millet as well as the leaves of the cauliflower. And the cauliflower leaves are never been utilized. So that was being taken as a puree, and to the pearl millet in the right proportion it was added. And this is an instant noodle maker that we brought it, we purchased through Amazon, and we taught the public how instantly we can prepare the noodles instead of the noodles that is being prepared using maida or the refined flour, how pearl millet can be utilized, and the taste was so much rated and was accepted even by children. And not only that, the bread and the bakes. Think of utilizing or replacing all this by enriching millets. And added to that, you can also have the multi millet bread, and you can incorporate many of the herbal products. And I leave it to your imagination. And all of you love ice creams, and I know, and through millets you can prepare even different type of ice creams. Not only that, you can enrich the ice creams with many of the nutrients, and you can also bring a wider coverage so that this ice creams can be consumed by any person who is suffering from any type of non-communicable diseases, especially diabetes. And let them to have this sugar free and enriched product. Not only the ice creams, even the millet faluda you can prepare ready mix, and this faluda is being enjoyed by even youth as well as by the old age people. And you can create abundance of presence of minerals, especially calcium and phosphorus, which will really help in women health. And I'm always fond of finger millet and pearl millet, and my research always goes with this. And this is the slide which shows you that finger millet is the one that has been proven multiple times about regarding the low glycemic index for diabetes, and how it is a gluten free, how it can be utilized as a ready to eat or ready to cook, and how or the different forms that ragi is still now being researched for its own utility. And starting from the infant foods, how the weaning foods can be replaced instead of your formula feeds with the ragi instant food. I need not talk about the energy density and how the nutrient density this food is. Okay, and as I belong to Puducherry, I thought I will give a slight introduction about the proso millet, which you will not actually consume owing to the flavor of the proso millet. But when it cooked in ideal way, it is a very good uh, millet that contains high lecithin, and it helps in neural health system, and it is having so much of evidences, okay, to be away from gallbladder diseases also. And that is why I keep on appreciating the organizing team which had thought of the need of the hour. Okay, and it is now my responsibility to talk about the convenience that is seen alongside the health benefits of the millets. And I can tell you that this can be an unbeatable combination. And these are the few pictures that shows the research that our institution has taken. Okay, we have prepared the composite millet flours. We have prepared uh, edible cups and spoons using the pearl millet, and it was a successive one. We had utilized the natural colors. We were successful in preparing puppets using pearl millet. And not only that, we were successful in preparing ginger and honey as a sweet candy. Okay, using ginger and honey, sweet using pearl millet. Everything is pearl millet because my personally I'm interested in pearl millet, and we were successful in producing tain mitar using the pearl millet, and it was also very successful. Not only that, we were successful in preparing a crispy, crunchy crackers using the pearl millet, and the methodology was after so much of review of literatures. And you now can think of utilizing the millets in these very many forms. So, I would like to now just talk about the essentials for ensuring the food security and to build a resilient future, as the topic was assigned to me for this particular session. Now it is in your hands to think of how to promote the sustainable agriculture, how you will enhance the productivity, while you have to think of minimizing the environmental degradation. So you have to invest on agroecology. You have to promote organic farming methods. You have to support the smallholder farmers who is really playing a crucial role in feeding the communities around the world. Not only that, not only with promoting sustainable agriculture, you have to now improve the access to the markets. The small scale farmers have to sell their produce, they have to earn their livelihood. As a stakeholders, as a government persons, we must work together to improve the infrastructure. The education is, we are all the stakeholders. We have to facilitate the market access to them. We have to provide financial support to the farmers, especially in the rural areas. And that is why I always say, grow local and go local. As one year the World Food Day had this particular theme. You are only we are the moral supporters as a nutritionist and as a person who is in the food processing field. We have to really enhance these provisions to improve the access to the market. And not only that, we have to really invest so much for research and the innovations. I'm keeping on addressing on these issues to change, to face the challenges in our food systems. But we need to invest on the resilient of the crop varieties, to improve the irrigation techniques, to think of climate smart agriculture practices. And also now we have to withstand the impacts of this climate change. No other go. Okay. And ensuring the food security really is going to be a very big challenge, and it is laid to the hands of the future generation like you all. And we have to think to enhance the food distribution system. Each and every day it is crucial and a critical one to manage the food loss, the food waste. It's very, very challenging. We have to think of improving the food storages, the storage facilities, the cold storage facilities, the transportation networks. We have to implement the better food management practices. We have to think of minimizing the losses. You have to think of taking steps to ensure that the food reaches each and every person who is living in this world, in our nation, whoever is in the nook and corner. As I have talked about the food insecurity groups, think of reaching these food insecurity groups also. Not only that, you have to promote nutrition education. It is far beyond the filling of the stomachs. You have to nourish their bodies. Okay, so you have to think of how it can be given nutritionally, and you have to empower individual to be informed of their dietary choices, to lead them a healthier life, and to become a more resilient in our community. So, join hands to foster the global cooperative aspects, address these global issues so that we stand by the food security as a collective action. We have to strengthen our partnership. So I am glad that your college have taken the help of SAS Micro Enterprises from Chennai for this. Similarly, our nation have to develop so much of international partnerships. We have to exchange best practices. We have to build a supportive system, supportive initiative to eradicate this hunger and malnutrition within our community, within our region, within our state, within our UT, within our country, and of course on a global scale too. Hence, I like to conclude that to reach the global our goal of SDG of zero hunger, remember that having enough food to eat is our basic human right. You have to think of addressing this issue of food and nutrition security as well as malnutrition. Not only that, the millet food products have to be brought to the economical cost so that it is being available to the poor. You have to promote utilizing these millet grains and open up the market, okay, so that it improves the income. Thus, in conclusion, I like to say that achieving food security is not only a moral imperative, as I pointed out initially, but also a prerequisite for building a resilient future, for which you have to adopt a holistic approach that addresses the underlying causes of food insecurity and embraces the sustainable practices. Then, for sure, and I believe as a nutritionist, we can create a world where no one goes hungry and that all individuals have the opportunity to thrive. And of course, these are the references. And I like to call upon your institution, your faculty members, and all those who are listening virtually in this Google Meet and in YouTube to commit ourselves for this noble cause and work towards a future where food security is going to be a reality for all, and not only with the millets. You can now think of so many other aspects that I have just pointed out with regard to securing the food security and making it as a reality. For me, millet is one of the important aspects that can really be beneficial or that can be considered as a superfood to fight against hunger. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank wholeheartedly to the organizing team, especially Dr. Kritika, the advisory committee team of this conference, the faculty members, and rector, principal, deputy principal, the secretary of this college for giving this wonderful opportunity to share my ideas and views on the topic that was pertaining and that was being assigned to me. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, and sincere thanks for your excellent presentation at this session. Hope your insights and expertise made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your valuable presence, ma'am. Thank you again, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge and making this session successful. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you and glad. Thank you, Devyani, for being the moderator of this session. And in case of any questions, I can stay back for a few minutes. If there is any, then I can answer. Otherwise, I have to leave back to college now.
Yes, ma'am. Let's be
Is
waiting
there
for
any
you.
questions you can? I can take up. I can take up few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
If there is any, you can read it out.
I think there is no privacy, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thanks again to one and all, and wishing you all the best so that it becomes a successful deliberations and the young minds are ignited. Wish you all the best and thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Shall I leave the session, Devyani?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You
Okay.
can leave
Thank
now.
you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Good afternoon to everyone present online the National Conference on Emerging Technologies. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, we are at the third session of the National Conference on Emerging Technologies focusing on food safety and security. And I'm glad to introduce to you Dr. Meenakshi Garg, who is present here with us for our third session, giving us a deep insight on packaging of fresh and processed foods. Dr. Meenakshi Garg brings a wealth of experience and expertise to her role as Associate Professor at Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi. With nearly 2 decades of dedication to teaching and food science and technology, she is a cornerstone of the department and earned her MSc and PhD degrees in food and nutrition from Chaudhry Charan Singh Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar, supplemented by a PG diploma in packaging from IIT Mumbai. Her passion for exploring the realms of food packaging, food processing, and nutrition is evident in her extensive research contributions. Dr. Garg's work has graced over 40 international and national peer-reviewed journals, alongside numerous book chapters with esteemed international publishers. Her innovative spirit shines through in the form of 2 awarded patents, testament to her commitment to pushing the boundaries of knowledge in her field. Dr. Garg is not only a prolific researcher but also a sought after presenter, having delivered numerous oral and poster papers at prestigious national and international conferences. As principal investigator, she has successfully led 4 major and minor research projects, further solidifying her reputation as a leading expert in food processing and human nutrition. In summary, Dr. Meenakshi Garg epitomizes excellence in academia, blending her deep knowledge, innovative research, and dedication to education to enrich both her students and the broader scientific community. I feel delightful in introducing ma'am to this forum. I invite Dr. Meenakshi Garg to take over this session.
Yeah, thank you, Divyani ma'am. Actually, I'm really sorry I'm not able to open my camera because of some technical reasons. I'm thankful to convener and organizing team of emerging technologies focusing on food safety and security. And now I'm just opening my slides. I hope my slides are visible to all. Ma'am, my slides are visible. Ma'am, my slides are visible. Hello, am I audible?
It is not in the full screen, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me check. Yeah. Packaging plays a major role in ensuring the safety and security of both fresh and processed foods by protecting against contamination, extending shelf life, preventing physical damage, resisting tampering, providing essential information, and ensuring regulatory compliances. Effective packaging practices are essential for maintaining the integrity of the food supply, ensuring quality, good quality, and safeguarding public processed foods. First, we should know why should we go for a packaging. How eating is the main objective of packaging is that it provides the food safety. It ensures the food contains the nutrients of good quality. Good quality includes other parameters also. We can keep the product for a longer time. We can give a better visibility and appeal by using a different packaging materials. And of course, the packaging should meet the regulatory requirements, right? Like there should not be any pilferage or other type of adulterations in that. First, we should know what is the fresh and processed foods. Fresh foods means which we are using directly from the market, or we can say are directly from the plant, or if we are using the meat which is immediately butchered and caught and kept in a cold refrigerator, and we can consume it directly. And the processed foods are those which which usually go from a different unit of operations, like how food spoils. Usually food spoils by light, especially with the case of UV light. By oxygen, we can say aerobic microorganisms can grow. There may be a some sort of oxidations in fats and oils also. Heat temperature may also factor for spoilage. Humidity, excess moisture may spoil the food, and less moisture may affect the texture. Temperature, and the spoilage microorganisms like fungi, yeast, mold bacteria may also spoil the food. Then there's no and the product should be environment friendly, like we can say it should be
Kindly check
biodegradable
your
or
internet connection, ma'am.
for this. And the packaging material should have a barrier properties. Am I not audible?
Now is audible, ma'am. I think your presentation not visible, ma'am.
Hello, am I not audible?
Ma'am, now it's audible, ma'am. I think your presentation is not
My
visible to me.
presentation, okay, now it is visible. Acha, okay, so let me check it again. Ma'am, is it visible?
Ma'am, I think it's in the processing, ma'am.
Hello, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible,
Am I
ma'am.
audible? It is, can
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
okay, fine. Yeah, it is packaging requirement for a food packaging material. The packaging material must have a good mechanical properties, optical properties, thermal properties, and it should be biodegradable, or we can say it must be a sustainable, and must have a water vapor and gas barrier properties. In the foods, usually we use flexible plastics, rigid plastics, glass, metal, and and we can say sometimes a paper packaging materials. Yeah, these are the different codes of plastics which we usually use for as a packaging material in foods. If suppose you have a water bottle right now, you can see or in the Pepsi Cola bottle, if you have ever checked a number one is written at the bottom of the plastic bottle. But now along 3 from a high density polyethylene, then number two is written at the bottom of the plastic, and number three is written at the so using by seeing these symbols we can identify which type of packaging material is this. These are the different packaging materials which were used earlier and as well as now they are used. For example, 10 or 20 years back, we used only the 3-piece tin cans. But now, along with the 3-piece tin cans, we are also using the 2-piece tin cans, which have easy openings. Earlier, we have used the very fragile glass bottles, but now we are using the tough glass bottles. We have used earthen pots, now we are using the plastic jerry cans. Now we are using the with food sack, we are using the glass container with fiber boards, and we are using the different types of packaging materials. Yeah, earlier we use the metal drums. Now along with the metal drums, now we QR barcodes also. And in the past, we have used expanded polystyrene containers, expanded polyethylene forms,
Ma'am, you are out of the presentation, ma'am. Your presentation is not visible now, ma'am.
modified and controlled atmospheric, active and intelligent packaging, and antimicrobial packaging. The first we are discussing the breathable films.
Ma'am, can you hear me, ma'am?
Ma'am, I think there is some connectivity problem. Can I share my
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
PPTs with you? Can you present this?
Yes, ma'am, I will present your PPT, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Hello?
Ma'am, can you please send your
Can
PPT,
you
ma'am, so
send that
that
in the
I
I
can
can
share,
transfer
ma'am?
into you? Ma'am, please send me a hi or hello on the WhatsApp group so that I can immediately send you your presentation, my
Yes, ma'am.
presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Please wait, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am, I have shared the presentation. I'm just stopping my
Please
screen
wait, ma'am.
sharing.
Few minutes. We'll check and let you know, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it visible now?
Ma'am, please take off it, ma'am. It's unloading, ma'am.
Okay, fine.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Can you please tell me the which slide you are stopping, ma'am? The presentation.
I think slide number 15.
Yes, ma'am. Is that my presentation visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, slide number 15.
1 second, ma'am.
Yeah, this one, breathable films.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, thank you, please. Yeah,
Sorry for making the inconvenience, ma'am.
yeah,
I think there is some technical issues, ma'am. Now we can start your presentation, ma'am.
yeah, yeah, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we were discussing the packaging of fresh fruits and vegetables. Usually, in the fresh fruits and vegetables, we can use the breathable films. Breathable films are those films which have a small pores and from where there may be an exchange of gases, as well as little bit amount of a water vapors also, so that the product can be remains fresh for a long time. As we see, in the breathable films we can pack different types of fruits and vegetables like tomatoes, strawberries, okara, broccoli, ginger, papaya, bananas, and other fruits and vegetables also. Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, these if you see the picture of a molded pulp trays are usually made from the waste paper, or we can say a newspaper. By keeping them in a, first we have to make a pulp by adding water, and then we can keep in a mold to make a, shape of a mold. Then we can go for a drying and pressing. These type of molded pulp trays can be used for packaging of fruits, vegetables, as well as for eggs also. And the important thing is that these type of molded pulp trays are very shock resistant, and they can protect the food for a long time. And in this way, we can ensure the food safety as well as security. Next slide, please. These are the expanded polystyrene containers, or you can say these type of polystyrene sheets you have seen in the market also, especially in the packaging of apples or other type of materials. These are very light in weight, and we can say these have a very good cushioning effect, but very difficult to recycle, and because of their very lightweight, these are difficult to handle easily. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Is
Yeah.
that visible now? Yeah.
Yes, yes, it is visible. The next important technique for packaging is the modified atmospheric packaging. As you are seeing, especially for fresh fruits, vegetables, and for even meat also, to protect its color, we can go for a modified atmospheric packaging. In this, first we have to go for a vacuum. After that, according to our requirement, we can flush a mixture of gases. Usually, a combination of nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and oxygen is used. Nitrogen is an inert gas. It doesn't have any micro resistant or any type of effect, but definitely it gives a cushioning effect. And carbon dioxide works as an antimicrobial agent, as well as oxygen is sometimes required for respiration, as well as to hinder the growth of anaerobic microorganisms. Sometimes we use argon, carbon monoxide, and ozones also in a limited amount. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Basically, we use modified atmospheric packaging for the extension of the shelf life. And here some examples of oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen is given the how much composition we can use. Especially in case of red meat, we have to use the 70 to 80% of oxygen. To maintain the color of the meat, we require a more amount of oxygen, as well as we have to keep the 20 to 30% carbon dioxide to hinder the growth of microorganisms. In case of hard cheese, we require totally 100% carbon dioxide. In soft cheese, we require 30 to 40% carbon dioxide. Similarly, in case of beverages, we require only 100% nitrogen as a filler gas. In case of fresh fruits and vegetables, we require 5% oxygen for respiration purposes, 5% carbon dioxide for antimicrobial activity, and 90% nitrogen, which act as an inert gas, or we can say for filling purposes. Next. Yeah, this is the controlled atmospheric packaging. In controlled atmospheric packaging, usually we use this type of packaging in a godowns as a whole. The advantage of CAP is that we can control the composition of gases. If suppose the oxygen content is more, then we can add oxygen absorbers to reduce the oxygen level. If due to respiration process, sometimes carbon dioxide may increase, then we can reduce the carbon dioxide also. But in the case of MAP, it is not possible. Usually, for fruits and vegetables, we keep less than 8% oxygen and more than 1% carbon dioxide. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. This is the active packaging. Active packaging means we keep some types of sachets in the product so that they can absorb the excess amount of, if suppose there is more amount of oxygen, then we can add oxygen absorbents in the sachet and they will absorb the more amount of excess of oxygen which is present in the product. Similarly, there are carbon dioxide sachets. There are moisture absorbents also. There are, if suppose ethylene is an hormone which helps in the maturation of fruits and vegetables, fruit especially. So if there is an excess, we can use the sachets to absorb excess of this also. Ethylene scavengers we can also use. So we can even add the, if we require the any chemical or these type of agents, we can add, as well as we can reduce also depending upon our requirements. There are many ways of adding these. We can simply directly put a coating of these type of agents on a packaging material towards the inside side, and these can be used, or even we can keep the sachets also, or even we mix in the raw material of a packaging material also to work as an active packaging. Next slide. Now the next is the intelligent packaging. In the intelligent packaging, basically, it we can say it communicates. There are some monitors which can tell about the environmental conditions of the packets. For example, if we see, if you see this milk jerry can, there is an indicator in this. If it is blue in color, it means the milk is okay, you can consume it. With the passage of time, the color of the symbol changes, right from orange to in other color. It shows that the milk is spoiled. It is an indicator. Next slide, please. Yeah, if you see in this slide, there is a intelligent packaging of a meat chunks. If you see a yellow color on the packet, it means that this fresh meat can be consumed for 4 days. If you are seeing a slight orange color, it means it can be consumed for 2 days only. And light pink color, it means you can consume it today only. Still, it is fresh. But if it is in a dark pink color, it means the product is spoiled. You can't use it further. These can be used for fresh items. Next, please. Yeah. In this slide, we are showing the time temperature indicator as well as oxygen indicator. If you see, in we can say on oranges, we have used an indicator. At the fresh oranges, center is red in color, but as the time changes, the center is merging with the outside and it becomes black. It shows when it's the center darkens, it reflects that now the product is not suitable for consumption. Similarly, if we have to check the oxygen content in a product, if the product has a more amount of oxygen than it is, then we can say, uh, if suppose if oxygen is reduced totally, then we can say it is pink in color. And if there is a still oxygen, the color is maybe slightly violet in color. By seeing the different colors, we can check what is the condition of our product right now. Next slide. This slide shows the different methods of antimicrobial packaging. Antimicrobial may be added in the product by the simple sachet also, by simple coating of a packaging material also. There are different methods by which we can add, and these antimicrobial agents sometimes may kill the microorganisms also, and sometimes may repel the microorganisms also. Sometimes we add a different nanoparticles in any type of matrix. We can make a nanoparticles of essential oil also. Next slide, please. Yeah, till now we have discussed the different packaging materials for the fresh products. Now we are discussing for the processed food products. In the processed, we can go for a canning, we can go for a aseptic packaging, retort packaging, high pressure processing. Even we can go for a microwave as well as for irradiation. One by one, we will discuss about these different techniques. Next slide, please. Yeah. If you see these pictures, in this picture, the different types of 3-piece cans, 2-piece cans, and the glass containers are seen. The method of canning is different, but definitely all these comes under the category of a canning. For example, in a 3-piece cans, if you see the picture of a carrot, potatoes, so we have used a metal cans which are coated with a tin. And in case of 2-piece cans, usually we use aluminum material which is more ductile, and these are used for beverages which has a more amount of carbon dioxide. And the glass is the best packaging material. However, it is very it contains a more weight and very fragile also, but it is very lucrative, as we can see the product in this. Next. Yeah. In this slide, the method of canning is shown. First of all, you have to select the food material. Either it may be a fresh fruit, vegetable, meat, whatever you want to go for a canning. Then you have to clean it thoroughly. After that, you have to make a brine or a syrup in which you want to keep it. Then you have to first heat the product in the brine. Then you have to go for a exhausting also. After exhausting, you have to go for a double seaming process. Then you have to keep the product in a retort. on for different time and temperature combinations depending upon the requirement of your product, and after that you have to go for cooling, and then you can go for a secondary packaging. Next slide. Yeah, this is a retort pouch. There is a slight difference between the canning and retort pouch. In the canning, we usually use a rigid packaging material, and in the retort pouches we are using a flexible material, and the cans are usually made from the glass, or you can say a metals. But in the retort pouches we can use a different types of papers as well as a plastics. If you are seeing this picture, in this picture the retort pouch has a four layers. The first layer is of polypropylene, which has a very good heat sealing property. It is flexible and provides a good strength also, and this polypropylene will be in direct contact with the food. Next is of the nylon. Nylon is an abrasion resistance and it provides a strength to the packaging material. And the third layer is of aluminum foil. Aluminum foil will, you can say, it can provide us a barrier layer. It provide protection against light, gases, and different odors, and definitely it extends the shelf life. And the outer layer is of polyester, because we keep the polyester layer in the outside because it has a good printability as well as it provides the good strength also. So these retort pouches are comparable to canning. These can tolerate very high temperature also. You can use directly food present in this by simple keeping them in a boiling water, or we can use sometimes microwave also. Next. Yeah, this is the basic procedure for retort processing. How we can go for this. In this also, first we have to process the fruit, and after, for example, if you have seen a matar paneer vegetable of a haldiram or some different types of food products which usually comes in the retort pouches, we have to simply put the packet in a boiling water for a couple of minutes, and we can consume it directly, or we can keep it in a microwave, right? So these type of vegetables, you can see a rajma or MTR packets, haldiram packets, these are the basically a retort pouches, right? So the method is just same, just like of a canning, but however the composition of material is different. Next, please. Yeah. Retorting can be done either in the pouches also, and there may be some sort of containers also. If we are talking of the lid, the retort container lid is usually made from the PET, aluminum foil, and casted polypropylene sheet. Similarly, the body of a container is usually made from the PET, EVOH, ethylene vinyl alcohol, or polyvinylidene chloride, and casted polypropylene. Usually, the polyester is of 16 microns, aluminum foil is of 9 microns, and casted polypropylene is of 60 microns. This is the thickness of the different packaging materials which are used for the retort containers. Next slide. Yeah, next is the aseptic packaging, which is usually used for liquids. Just like you can say for milk also, for juices also, we can use. Usually we go for ultra high treatment. In this, the product, either it is the juice, milk is processed for a couple of seconds, and after that immediately we go for a packaging. So aseptic packaging means we have to go for a commercial sterilization of a product. Yeah, one thing I want to discuss here, there is a difference between the sterilization as well as the commercial sterilization. Sterilization means 100% absence of microorganisms. Usually this may be possible in case of pharmaceutical products or maybe in the terms of medicals. But in the case of foods, we can't go for a sterilization. It is not possible in case of food. We go for a commercial sterilization. There may be a probability of at least one microorganism in 100, right? So, in this aseptic packaging, usually we go for a commercially sterile product in a sterile packaging material in a sterile conditions, right? So, first we have to go for a UHT treatment or a pasteurization for a food product. Then we have to go for a sterilization of a packaging material. Either we can use a dry heat, or you can say a hot air. We can use a steam, we can use a irradiations, we can use a chemicals like perchloric acid, H2O2. for sterilization of a packaging material. Then we have to pack the food material in a packaging material in a sterile conditions. Then we can say we are going for a aseptic packaging. In this also there are different layers. The first layer is usually of polyethylene, then is of aluminum foil, after that again polyethylene, then it is of paperboard, then again polyethylene. Next slide. Yeah, these are the different types of aseptic food products which are available in the market. And this is a picture of some mall which contains a different type of aseptic packaged food products. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the high pressure processing. In this, usually the food is undergone at a pressure of 40 to 1000 megapascals for a couple of seconds usually, and sometimes it go for a minutes also. The temperature is usually kept below 100 degrees Celsius to inactivate the microorganisms. Here, if you are saying these are the food products which usually go for high pressure processing, and this is a technique. In this way, the high pressure processing is done. Next slide. Yeah, these are the different packaging materials which are used for high pressure processing, like plastic laminated materials, PET, aluminum foils, nylons, and nanocomposite materials be sometimes used for high pressure processing, or we can say for a high pressure packaging. Next slide. Yeah, this is the freeze drying process. Usually for soups, for milk, we can go for a freeze drying. And in this, immediately, as we have a liquid, immediately you can say when the liquid is in the form of a ice, you immediately go for a vapor form by skipping the liquid form. Right after freezing, you can go directly for drying, and this has a very high quality food. We can get a very good texture. It retains the color as well. Next slide. Yeah, these are the different packaging materials which can be used after freeze drying of a product. Like you can use for a glass also, you can use for a laminates also, you can use a metal cans also after freeze drying process. Next slide. Yeah. We can go for irradiation also, especially in case of fresh fruits and vegetables also. Like in the case of potatoes, irradiations can inhibit the sprouting if we are providing a dose of 0.03 to 0.15 kilograms. It may sometimes delay ripening also. We can, by using the dose of 1 kilogram to 10 kilogram, we can stop insect infestation also, delay spoilage in meats. And sometimes we have to use the irradiation dose of 10 kilograms or more than that to sterile the product, right? And these are the different dosages which we have to give to the food products. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the symbol which we usually, if we are going for a irradiation, then definitely we have to put this symbol on the packaging material. In the irradiation processes, usually we use the thermoplastic materials, which are mainly polyolefins. We can use polyolefins also. Beside polyolefins, we can use polyesters, polystyrenes, nylon, cellulose, etc. Next slide. Yeah, in the US, these packaging materials are recommended for different doses. Like we can say for 10 kilograms, we can use nylon 11. For 10 kilograms, if we want to pack in the paper, then glass and paper can be used. For 0.5 gram, we can go for a craft paper also. So depending upon the requirement, we can use different types of packaging material according to the dosage. Next slide. Yeah, this is the microwave heating. Definitely, we can go for a microwave processing also. This is the basic mechanism of the microwave processing. In this, we can say electrical energy is used to cook the food, and usually electricity, we can say the infrared rays, or you can say electromagnetic waves directly hits the water molecules present in the product, and in this way, the product gets heated. Next, please. Yeah, these are the different packaging materials which we can use for microwave packaging. You can use the different flexible packaging materials, plastics, paper boards. You can use molded pulp containers. You can use glass also, and sometimes we can use the aluminum trays also. But first we have to coat the aluminum trays with the safe microwave safe packaging material. Only after that we can use these type of trays. Next. Now we are discussing about the labels, because labels also food labels also play a major role in the food safety as well as security. Label tell us ki how the is the food safe for consumption or not. Usually on the front panel, these are the different things which should be mentioned on the package, or you can say a package, like date of manufacturing, product name, net weight, ingredient list. This can be on the backside also, nutritional information, usage instructions, as well as manufacturer's details. Next slide. Yeah. For the vegetarian and non-vegetarian, earlier there was a round circle for non-veg. Now we are using the triangular circle for the non-vegetarian food. Similarly, a traffic light is also using these days on the labels. If the red light is shown, then it means this type of food should be avoided. And if yellow light, it shows that sometimes you can eat, and mostly, but you have to avoid. And for the green light, it means that you can use these foods at ad libitum. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are the rules and regulations of FSSAI, which says that either the Hindi or English language should be used, and sometimes we can use regional language also, but English or Hindi should be also there on the packages. And there should not be any false, misleading, or deceptive information on the packaging materials. Some foods are exempted from the labels, like the foods which are served in the hotels, hospitals, etc. And we can say raw agricultural products like wheat, cereals, sugar, salt, sweets, fresh fruits and vegetables. In this, we can avoid labels. It's our wish whether we want to put label or not. Similarly, if it is a fortified food, then it is mandatory to put a fortification symbol on the label. Similarly, for irradiated foods, we have to paste a irradiated symbol also on the food products. Next. Yeah, this is the FSSAI license number. This is very important on the, it should be present on the label. This is a 14-digit number. The first number shows about the FSSAI registration or license, and the next two digits shows the state from which the license is taken. And after that, the next two digits shows the year in which the license is taken. And next three digits shows the registration officer under whom the FSSAI license has been taken, and the last six digits shows the food business operator's details. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, these are the different symbols which we usually use on the labels. As we have discussed about the vegetarian symbol, next is the Jan symbol. If the product is for Jans, Jans means Jan are those people which they usually consume foods before sunset, and they don't eat like garlic, onions, this type. If the product is fulfilling these requirements, then one can use the Jan symbol. Now there are nowadays vegan foods are very popular, so there is a symbol for vegan food, there is a symbol for sattvic food. You know the sattvic foods in the Ayurveda, these are very common terms: sattvic food, tamasic food. So if suppose it's a sattvic food, then you can use the symbol like sattvic symbol. You can use a non-vegetarian symbol, you can use a vegetarian symbol, you can use a seafood symbol, you can use a poultry symbol, mutton symbol, pork symbol, beef symbol, right? And if you have some insects or reptiles, then you can use that symbol. And finally, if the product contains the alcohol, you can use that symbol also, right? And sometimes you have to use the 2, 3, or 4, even more than these symbols on the packet, right, according to the requirement of a product. Next slide. Yeah. So now we have covered the packaging of fresh as well as processed foods. As we know, the we are hardly process only a few percentage of fruits and vegetables. Rest is usually gone waste. Trace by extended polystyrenes by using MAP, CAP, active as well as antimicrobial packagings. And for processed foods, we can go for canning, aseptic packaging, retorting, microwave heating, as well as irradiation. Beside this, as we have already discussed, labeling also plays a major role in protecting the food, and it awares the consumers regarding the quality of food. As in today's conference theme, we are ensuring the food safety and security. For ensuring the food safety and security, packaging as well as proper labeling is mandatory. It should be according to FSSAI norms. Yeah, next please. Yeah, this is the conclusion. For we can say effective packaging is very important for maintaining the quality of fresh as well as processed products, and it also serves as a bridge of information, convenience, sustainability between producers and consumers. Thanks a lot, please. Thank you very much. And my apologies because of some signal issues. I was not able to present my slides, and I have to take help. My apologies for this.
It's okay, ma'am. From my side, also I'm sorry, ma'am. For the some there is some I think technical issues, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
yeah. Thank you, please. Yeah,
Thank you for your valuable presentation, ma'am.
yeah. If there are any questions, I am happy to solve the queries.
Ma'am, they are in the YouTube live session. If that is, I will let you know later, ma'am.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you. So, can I quit now?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You can stop your presentation, ma'am. You can leave now. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all. We come together today not just for an event but for the connection of research community in the field of food and pursuit of greater purpose. A warm welcome to one and all to the valedictory ceremony of this one-day national conference on emerging technologies focusing on food safety and security organized by the Department of Food Science and Technology of Arul Anandar College. Prayer energizes the heart of believer through the power of spirit. Here comes our Sarojini Bharati to invoke the blessings of God through a short prayer. I request everyone to stand up for the invocation.
Heavenly Father, as we come to the close of this conference, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude for your presence, formed and the spiritual growth that has taken place in the lives of everyone who participated. Lord, we pray that the insights and inspiration we have received during this conference will not be forgotten but will continue to influence our lives, our families and our community. May the lessons we have learned help us to grow closer to you and to serve others with a renewed commitment. As we depart, we ask that your Holy Spirit remain with us, guiding us, strengthening us, and empowering us to live out our faith in all aspects of our lives. May we always seek to glorify your name and share your love with those around us. Amen.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcoming is not just a duty, but a gesture of respect and reverence, blossoming out from gratitude of heart. I invite Ms. P. Revati, Assistant Professor and former Head, Department of Food Science and Technology, to welcome the gathering.
Respected Deputy Principal, Resource Person, Professors, participants, and my dear students, good evening all. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Psalms 18:24. With these kind words, I am happy to welcome you all to this valediction of one-day national conference on emerging technologies focusing on food safety and security, organized by the Department of Food Science and Technology, Arul Anandar College, Karumathur, in collaboration with SAS Micro Enterprise, Chennai. At the outset, I am glad to welcome the man of excellence, Dr. A. Sundararaj, Deputy Principal, Arul Anandar College, who is dynamic, magnificence in nature, an unassuming personality, an inspiration to the young minds, reassurance in guidance with ultimate leadership quality, and very pleasing to move with, who is our source of encouragement in all our efforts, and he is the reason behind every success we have ever achieved. He is here with us for felicitate this program. Welcome you, sir. And I am privileged to welcome Dr. N. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore. She is enthusiastically waiting to deliver her valedictory address. Welcome you, ma'am. Also, I am taking this opportunity to welcome the convener and organizing members, Department of Food Science and Technology, to this valedictory session. And also, I am delighted to welcome the faculties, research scholars, students from various other institutions in online and offline, and the students from the Department of Food Science and Technology of our college to this valediction. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Felicitation is an inspiration to others and motivation for those who are facilitated. May I now invite our respected Deputy Principal, Dr. A. Sundaraj, sir, to facilitate the gathering.
Respected Dr. Deepa Satish, today's chief guest of this valedictory function of the National Conference on Emerging Technologies focusing on food safety and security. Ms. Kirtiga, the Head Department of Food Science and Technology and convener of this one-day national conference. Mrs. Revati, former Head of the Department of Food Science and Technology Ms. Sarojini Bharati and Ms. Devyani of the Department of Food Science and Technology. And my dear student friends, good evening to all of you. Good evening. Thank you. At the outset, I thank Ms. Kirtika and the organizing team for giving me this opportunity to offer felicitation on the successful completion of this one-day national conference on food security, food safety and security. I also appreciate the organizing committee for inviting eminent resource persons. And I personally, and on behalf of the management and on behalf of the Department of Food Science and Technology, I sincerely thank Dr. Tiba Satish for accepting our invitation to be the to give valedictory address in this valedictory function of this conference. Thank you, Madam. I was told that more than 75 papers were received for this conference to present and to publish in this conference, and out of 75 papers, 60 papers were selected, and some are presented online and some are selected for the publication in the UGC Care List Journal. That is very important. Last year, I personally, as well as Deputy Principal, I personally appreciate and congratulate the department, your former HOD, Dr. Revadi, for organizing a wonderful conference last year and publishing the papers in the UGC Care Listed Journal. Congratulations, Madam, and all the team members of last year also. Why I am mentioning this is your department is a model today to follow others. Other departments are following, and they started publishing, sending papers to UGC Care Listed Journal. The Department of English, the Department of BBA, the Department of Physical Education have already published their papers through this channel, and they followed simply. There is nothing wrong in following. It is your former HOD Revadi took that initiative, and successfully we are moving towards. So the credit goes to all of you, the team of FST. Thank you. And all the students, you were in the first and second year last year. You might have also experienced in organizing the program. Today also it is very important, for Secretary used to mention, programs organizing, we give a platform for both the outstation participants, external participants, as well as our own students and staff to interact, to exchange ideas, especially the research, and you have beautifully coined today's topic, emerging trends, technology, focusing on food safety and security. So research, it is not static. Emerging technologies are dynamic, and every day we invent new technologies and new gadgets, particularly in the field of food science and technology also. And more appropriate today we have Dr. Tiba Satish as the resource person, and Madam is from the Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PSGR Krishnamal College, Coimbatore. Okay, so the most the suitable topic you have chosen. Therefore, I appreciate the department as well as all the participants outstation as well as our own students. I was told that some of our students also have presented the paper and published. It is also considered for publication in the UGC Care Listed Journal. Thank you. Now coming to today's topic. இங்கே ரெண்டு முக்கியமான விஷயம் பார்க்குறீங்க. You are seeing two important things. two aspects are combined. One is food safety, the other one is food security. We talk much about food security in the last 20 years. We have been discussing more about food security. That doesn't mean that food safety is neglected or is omitted, or not like that. But food safety is there always. But the government of India as well as the United Nations organization, they concentrate on food security. And the sustainable development goal adu oru mukkiyamaana aspect. That is why all governments of the world, they talk much about food security. At the same time, we must also concentrate on food safety. Two different concepts you might have learned today as well as in your classrooms. Both look similar, or they are two different concepts, but they are interrelated. We cannot separate one from the other. As I told you, these are very important. Why? And you have given the key word technologies. Emerging technologies in this field is very, very important to note. So these concepts are very important because they play an important role in the quality of human life. இருக்குதா இல்லையா? Its impact is great. It affects human being in number of ways, and there are many external factors that affect both the aspects, both the topics. And as per the World Health Organization is concerned, or even any popular government can think of, we know the topic is important. At the same time, there are social economic issues connected with this. Not only health, but also socio-economic issues are connected with this one. According to WHO, and we also know, if we don't take care of the food safety, it will lead to a number of complications, because we consume, we eat different kinds of food items prepared in different forms. If it is not properly prepared, stored, it leads to a number of diseases, particularly waterborne, diarrheal diseases. It may be from diarrheal diseases to some cancer. That's what reported in the text, in the readings, in the literature. It is found that if we don't consume safe food, it may even lead to not only diarrheal. We know it's very common, diarrheal diseases. If the food is not prepared in quality, or it is not stored properly, care is not taken in handling and serving, definitely it will affect the digestive system, may lead to diarrheal diseases. And cancer is another important area, because it affects the cancer. If it is diagnosed in the initial stage, it is curable, they say. But most of the cancer forms are not today not curable, because only when it manifests in the second or third stage only they are diagnosed. So it is not easily diagnosed, and so curable aspect is a question for many kinds of cancers. So food safety becomes very, very important in that sense, and that is why it is also included in one of the 13 strategic objectives of WHO, the World Health Organization. And as I was mentioning, both are important. At the same time, there are differences between the two. I'll simply mention some of the aspects. Like, actually, food safety refers to the measures that are taken to ensure that food is free from any harmful agents, maybe bacterial, maybe biological, maybe biological, bacteria, virus, or any other pathogenic organisms, or chemicals, or any other contaminants. On the other hand, security refers to the accessibility, availability of food, and affordability, the purchasing power, where comes the socio-economic status, the purchasing power of sufficient amount of food to meet the dietary needs and the preferences of individuals, as well as the nutritional components, composition of the food. Then regarding scope, food safety is more focused on the production, processing, packaging and distribution of food to ensure its safety for consumption. Whereas food security has a broader scope, including the availability of food, its distribution, access, and the socio-economic and political factors that affect the affordability. Then coming to the objectives, the primary goal of food safety is to protect consumers' health, consumers' right by providing safe food products, whereas food security aims to ensure that individuals and communities have access to adequate and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs, dietary requirements. And regarding the last one, the approaches, food safety mainly addresses through food safety regulations, standards, and monitoring mechanisms, whereas food security is addressed through policies and programs that addresses issues of poverty, social inequality, and food security, where comes the role of government. The schemes of government is very, very important. To conclude, with this I conclude, food safety and food security are related each other, but they are different concepts that require different strategies, approaches, etc. to address them. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of motivation. I request you, sir, to adorn our chief guest, Dr. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor, Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore, with a shawl.
Thank you, sir. The key to growth is the introduction to higher dimension. I invite Ms. M. Devyani, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Technology, to acquaint us with our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PSGR Krishnamal College of Women, Coimbatore.
A very good afternoon, everyone present here. With great pleasure and deep respect, we have the privilege of introducing our distinguished chief guest for this evening's program, Dr. N. Deepa Satish. She is an accomplished professional, currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Food Processing Technology and Management at PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore. Her dedication to the field extends beyond academic, as she is also a registered dietitian under the Registered Dietitian Board of India. Her journey through the realm of teaching professionals with the industry cum research experience combined with recognized for ability to work with a diverse environment. Outstanding skills in assessing what is needed, recommending sensible solution, and an effectively motivated person with a specialization in the field of food science and nutrition, nutritional science, clinical nutrition, and dietetics. Dr. Deepa ma'am is deeply involved in ongoing collaborative projects, including groundbreaking research with the Vellore Institute of Technology, Tamil Nadu, India. Her focusing on the investigation of archaeological to explore early dietary patterns and a spectroscopic examination of dietary nutrients influence on human breath. Moreover, she is a key contributor to an international endeavor titled A Decade of Public Funded Nutrition and Dietetics Research in Selected Asian Countries, spanning Malaysia, India, Singapore, and Thailand. Her expertise and commitment for further exemplified by her membership in prestigious
nutritional organizations such as Indian Dietetic Association, Nutrition Society of India, and Home Science Association of India. Ma'am has a rich professional history as assistant professor at renowned institutions like JSS Academic of Higher Education and Research, Avinasalingam Institute for Home Science, and Higher Education for Women, and various other roles as a research fellow, consultant nutritionist, and chief dietitian. We are privileged to have Dr. N. Deepa Satish ma'am graced with her presence, and we eagerly anticipate the wealth of knowledge and inspiration she will impact upon us. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed chief guest. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for your deep acquaintance. Now, with due honor and respect, I invite our honorable chief guest. As the departmental and academic activities planned by the Department of Food Science and Technology for the academic year 2023 to 2024 has come to an end, we have come out with our first newsletter. I feel immensely pleased in announcing the release of the first newsletter of our department. May I invite our Deputy Principal, Dr. A. Sundarraj sir, to release the newsletter and present the first copy to our honorable chief guest. Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. Now, with due respect and honor, I invite our honorable chief guest, Dr. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women, Coimbatore, to give her deep insight.
Okay. Good evening, all. I would like to thank the God Almighty who made me stand in front of you today. I would like to thank the God Almighty who made me to stand in front of you today, and I extend my sincere gratitude to the management of Arul Anandar College, Reverend Dr. John Pragasam, SJ Rector, and Reverend Dr. Andoni Sami, ASJ Secretary, Reverend Dr. Anbarasu, M, SJ Principal, Dr. A. Sundarraj, A, Deputy Principal. And also I thank my management and higher authorities for allowing me to stand here to address the validity session of this conference on emerging technologies focusing on food safety and security. I would like to extend my thanks to Kritika and organizing team of HOD of the Food Science and Technology for giving me the opportunity to address this valedictory session of the national conference. As we gather here today for the valedictory address of the conference, I am filled with profound sense of pride and gratitude for all the sessions which satisfies the conference theme. And today, hope you all have engaged insightful discussions, exposed on groundtaking research presentations, and forged valuable connections with the shared goal of safeguarding the integrity of our global food supply. This has happened only because of the significance of the collective efforts by your faculty team and the HOD with the support from the management which cannot be overstated. I congratulate the team for the successful conduct of the conference and appreciate the selection of the profound theme and the topics and the way how they executed the program. The theme of the conference underscores the critical importance of the food security in our increasingly interconnected world with a growing population, changing climate patterns, and evolving consumer preferences. The need for resilient and sustainable food system, which is need of an hour, all these are addressed and brought forward by all stakeholders in all aspects. I can say the selected topic and the selection of the speaker fulfills the same. Throughout the discussion of the conference, you all have witnessed the transformative power of emerging technologies in revolutionizing food processing, food safety, and food packaging practices. From advanced materials to intelligent sensors to novel packaging designs and sustainable alternatives, the possibilities are both vast and promising. By embracing these technologies, we have the opportunity to enhance food safety, improve logistics, and enhance the overall consumer experience while reducing our environmental footprint, that is through sustainable holistic approach. Moreover, our deliberations on the Food Safety Act have shed light on the regulatory framework that underpins our efforts to ensure the integrity of our food supply. As we navigate an increasingly complex landscape of risks and regulations, it's imperative that we remain vigilant in upholding the highest standards of food safety and compliance. By staying abreast of legislative development and collaborating across sectors, we can ensure that our food systems remain robust, transparent, and accountable in all stakeholders. At the heart of this endeavor lies the packaging of the fresh and processed foods, a vital component in preserving quality, extending shelf life, and reducing the food waste. So, students and participants, you should open the doors to your success by thorough understanding of the technologies, by exposing yourselves to workshop, training programs, and conferences and seminars, which will create a pathway for networking and career opportunities. We should also think about that we are living in an era defined by rapid technological advancements. Our ability to harness innovation plays a pivotal role in addressing the complex challenges facing food safety and security. From the farm to fork, every step of the food production and distribution chain presents unique risks and opportunities for improvement. It is through the lens of emerging technologies that we can envision a future when these challenges are effectively mitigated. For that, all you need to put forth your effort through research, startups that aims sustainable development through inputs from the experts shared in this platform. From all the sessions, I hope you all have explored the diverse array of cutting-edge technologies poised to revolutionize the way we approach the food safety and security. However, your journey does not end here. Participants and students, as we depart from this conference and return to our respective fields, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has defined our time together. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment for the betterment of the society, particularly in the realm of food safety and security. With the able guidance of your team, faculty team, your former HOD and the present HOD and your faculties, definitely you all will get exposure on various perspectives of food processing technology and career opportunities in the field of food science and technology, food product development, and also in the packaging and food safety practices. As a closing note, I would like to extend my sincere request to all my dear friends. Utilize all the opportunities and achieve your goal. For that, you need not dream and spend big. A small solution for the problems in and around you makes you to reach heights with the support of many ventures, including government and non-government organizations, private institutions, and TBI, that is Technology Business Incubator Centers, under the guidance of your teachers, friends, and experts from the field and support from the management. You will be getting many funds and opportunities, even for more than 3 years, 3 to 5 years minimum. They are supporting you to run a business without a single paisa from you. You should have only one thing, that is a good innovative idea. You can establish yourself, okay? And remember that the collective efforts by all means, by people like you, make strides toward a safer, more secure food system for generations to come. And may we continue to pioneer change and make a lasting impact in the realm of nutrition security too. Finally, I would like to end by saying that your dedication, expertise, and passion have been instrumental in shaping the dialogue and driving progress in the field of food security. And once again, I insist that by working together with unwavering determination and vision, we can overcome the challenges ahead and create a world where access to safe, nutritious food is a fundamental right for every individual. And once again, I would like to thank the management of this institution and Ms. Kritika, my own student, for giving me the opportunity to stand here, and for the meticulous work for being the conference the way how it is streamlined. I have been here from 2 o'clock. I just watching all 3 persons are working 3 aspects. One is going into the paper presentation aspect, one is doing other work. So it's a great teamwork. I appreciate and congratulate all of you. And also I thank your management once again, and also my higher authorities, principal and secretary ma'am and chairperson ma'am, for allowing me to stand here. Thank you, and may we carry the spirit of collaboration and innovation with us as we confront the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am, for saying the words of inspiration in our mind. It's time to announce the winner of the oral and poster presentation. May I now invite Mr. R. Sarojini Bharati, Assistant Professor, Department of Food Science and Technology, to announce the winners.
Good afternoon, respected chief guests for this valedictory program, staff and students from various colleges, and my dear colleagues and students. I feel indeed happy to present the report of the National Conference on Emerging Technologies focusing on Food Safety and Security 2024 in this valedictory function. A one-day national conference on emerging technologies focusing on food safety and security started with an inaugural session in which Reverend Father Dr. Anthony Thami S.J., Secretary, felicitated the gathering and honored the chief guest and speaker of the first session. The chief guest, Mr. Prabhu, founder of SAS Micro Enterprises Chennai, delivered inaugural address. The conference proceedings with ISBN was released by our Secretary Father and first copy was received by Mr. Prabhu. Memorandum of Understanding was signed between Department of Food Science and Technology, Anandar College and SAS Micro Enterprises Chennai at Principal's Office. The first session was handled by Dr. Lawrence, Food Safety Officer, Kodaikanal. The students participated enthusiastically and got many outputs. In the next session, Dr. Alamelu Mangai, Assistant Professor, Selection Grade, Department of Home Science, KMG IPSR Pondicherry, engulfed the importance of food safety in relevance with food commodities. Finally, Dr. Meenakshi Garg, Associate Professor, Department of Food Technology, Bhaskaracharya College of Applied Sciences, University of Delhi, gave an overall advancement in the field of food packaging. Totally, more than 75 abstracts were received. Out of that, 34 oral and 13 posters were presented. Dr. Balasasi Rekha, Assistant Professor, Selection Grade, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, Avinash Lingam Institute for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, and Dr. Ilamaran, Associate Professor, Department of Food Science and Nutrition, TNAU Madurai, judged the presentations. The valedictory program, Dr. A. Sundararaj, Deputy Principal, felicitated the gathering and honored the chief guest, Dr. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PHR Krishnamal College, Coimbatore. She also delivered valedictory address. The first newsletter of the Department of Food Science and Technology was released by Dr. A. Sundararaj, Deputy Principal, and first copy was received by our chief guest. So I indeed also happy to share my gratitude. So let us take a moment to express our gratitude to the higher power that guides us, whatever form or the name we may attribute to it. We give thanks for the strength, wisdom and opportunities we have received throughout our journey of this day. May we carry the lessons learned here forward with humanity and grace. Firstly, a profound thanks to our Reverend Father Rector, Reverend Father Secretary, Reverend Father Principal, whose unwavering support and visionary leadership have paved the way for the realization of this conference. Your guidance and dedication have been instrumental in shaping the direction and ensuring the excellence of our academic endeavors. I extend our deepest appreciations and gratitude to our esteemed Deputy Principal, Dr. A. Sundararaj, whose wisdom, encouragement and unwavering commitment to the academic excellence have inspired us all. Your vision and dedication to fostering a culture of learning and innovation have been the driving force behind the success of this conference. Thank you, sir. I thank our chief guest, Dr. Deepa Satish, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Processing Technology and Management, PHGR Krishnamal College, Coimbatore, for your willingness to grace us with your presence, reflects your commitment to nurturing the next generation of leaders and innovators. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated colleagues, Ms. P. Revati, Ms. R. Sarojini Bharati and Ms. M. Devyani for their tireless help and executing the plan effectively. Thank you, friends. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated students of my department, without whom the event may not be possible. Thank you, dear students. I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who took interest to join us today. Your presence has not only enriched the discussion and presentations, but also brought diverse perspectives and invaluable insights to our gathering. We are deeply grateful for your commitment to scholarly exchange and your willingness to share your expertise with us. I thank our lab assistant, Mr. Pandidurai, for his constant support and active working for this conference. Thank you, Anna. A special thanks to AAC Media Center and the technical team who helped us to connect our speakers and the participants. On behalf of the Department of Food Science and Technology, I share my heartfelt gratitude to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, on the behalf of Department of Food Science and Technology, I thank every heart and soul that strived for the successful conduct of this national conference. Thank you. Let us all stand for the national anthem.
शुभ नामे जा